Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make what may be a very dangerous assumption that you guys slept, and then say that I hope you slept well. I hope you all kept dry because the rain was a bit very funny yesterday when we needed to leave the bush willow. But I hope all of you, those who got rained on, that you were able to warm up and get dry, and that you were able to sleep without in any way attracting a cold or a flu. We are just waiting. Oh, by the way, we also have people online. I must also say good morning to everyone online. Thank you for once again logging on and joining us this morning. We're looking forward to what is going to be a much shorter program, and I am confident that I will be able to get all of you released by lunchtime. Now that's also a very broad a very broad and sometimes misunderstood. If I say lunchtime, what time am I talking about? Because some people have lunch at 11, some people only have lunch at 3. I promise you, whether you have lunch at 11 or you have lunch at 3, I will be somewhere in between those two. I promise I won't release you before 11, but I also promise I won't release you after 3. I think. Is there a protest somewhere? People are saying, our. No, I said I will release you in that bracket. The more we collaborate and cooperate, the sooner I'll be able to release you. So we're just giving a few more minutes for the delegates to make it into the hall. But in, say, 13 minutes' time, we are going to ask the Honorable Premier to leave the holding room and to come and join us here, because we would want to start by no later than around 9:30. So the panel that is going to present to us today or have a discussion, informative discussion as the panels were yesterday, is perhaps the one that matters most because it talks about our food production. It's the one on agri and agri processing. I hope the panel members are here. Can I get an indication if that panel is here and all good? I got the all good sign. Well, that being the case, then why don't we get ourselves ready and let the panel come to the front? Come take up your seats. Mr. Sihlobo, can you lead your team? Let's put you on stage. Let us see that you are indeed ready. So if there's anyone here who belongs or who forms part of the agri and agri processing. I know I saw information, I think there's at least one panelist who would be joining online. If that panelist could also please log on, make sure all is good so that we can be ready to start when the moment comes. They look so apologetic. They're trying to find the panel leader, the facilitator. Okay, so while they organize themselves, I'm trying to ensure that when we get started, we move as quickly as possible. That is why I'm getting them up here and gearing ourselves for what should be a wonderful session. So enjoy yourself, take pictures, get somebody to show. You know, people don't always believe that you are on the panel. Make use of it and get comfortable. I'll be calling on you in 10 minutes. When I start, I will be speaking to you. So good morning. Continue the chats. I will disrupt your talking in 10 minutes time. Okay. Sorry, I'm back sooner than I had thought. So there is somebody. There is somebody by the name of Mashudu. Mashudu is at the Musina Mercado SEZ. Very strategic asset, very important contributor to the strategy, the growth of the province, and how the province can benefit from the Africa free trade area. But this person cannot hold on to his phone. So there's a phone that is missing. But because we have such honest people here, I have Mashudu's phone. Yeah, it's very nice, but where is Mashudu? Who is Mashudu? Can you stand up? You see, Mashudu is also late. And he's at the SEZ. You see, these are the things that we need to address. He loses his phone, he's late for our plenary, we are trying to help him, we can't find him. No, I don't want a representative for Mashudu. Are you the lawyer? No, I don't want the lawyer. You know, I listened there at, they call it the ad hoc commission, the ad hoc committee, where one of the, by the way, what do they call them? witnesses or whatever. I'm trying to get the right wording for it. Was asking, can my lawyers please speak on my behalf? They're very clear. No, you can have 1,000 lawyers, but here we want you. So on this one, I want Mashudu. He's not here. No, get him. He must come here. I want to introduce him to the people. Now, I just want to ensure that I get the right person and hand him over what belongs to him that I hope he will take better care of going forward. So if you know Mashudu, ask Mashudu to come very fast, because I am going to do the handover in front of the premier if the premier is here, and he's not going to like it. So let him come to me before the leadership arrives. Could I please request the ladies and gentlemen who are sitting right at the back, and those of you who are seated in the middle, can we please move forward? Ladies, I'm looking at you. It's not, whatever you're trying to do is not going to work. Can you just move forward? Otherwise, I'm going to come there and I'm going to hold you by the hand and I'm going to walk you forward. Please. When I said forward, I meant forward. So come all the way forward. Yes, from approximately there. Please fill up those. From the second row on all sides, please. I see people here in the middle are refusing to move forward. Please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mashudu. I also got to know his son, who's appearing nice and beautiful after winning a football tournament in the Motsepe Cup. His son's name is Matime. So, my good sir, please look after your phone going forward. It's not always that you have such kind and generous people. Actually, that is testimony of how safe Limpopo is. You know, if this was in another province, that phone was gone. Honestly, yes, you can applaud that. We've been talking, no, it's a safe province. But now it looks like Limpopo also has stubborn people, because they are not responding to my request. And you guys have been saying to me, I need to get you out of this hall very early. Samenwerking asseblief. Well, the lady, very beautiful lady, dressed in black, with a gentleman next to her, slightly grayish hair, with what looks like a blue shirt. Would you please move forward? Yes, please move forward. No, you are late. Now you need to move up to here. And then there are ladies that are hiding there in front of you. No, please come all the way to the front, here. And then there's a group of ladies there that think they are hiding. Bunjiwe, where you are, all those ladies, can they come here in front? All right. Are we ready? May we all rise, please, and welcome our Honorable Premier and the dignitaries to our second and final day of the Limpopo Investment Conference. And as he enters the room, I'd appreciate it if we could all put our hands together to welcome you guys are too quick. I said as she enters the room. You're going to be tired by the time the Premier enters the room. Sorry, if you feel you are standing long, it's protocol. It wasn't me. There was a miscommunication. There's the Premier. Please put your hands together to welcome our Honorable Premier. And the leadership of the province. She can't hear you. Please put your hands together. Thank you so much. You may all be seated, good people. Our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, our Acting Executive Mayor, thank you. You're supporting very well. Even last night I saw you were there. Thank you for the City of Stars supporting our Honorable Premier so much. The Director General of the province, heads of departments, members of the provincial legislature who are in attendance, and obviously the most important guests of our Honorable Premier, who are the leaders of business. Welcome and thank you so much for taking the time to join us for our second day of the Limpopo Investment Conference. I had already checked, and I have been told that the numbers are also far exceeding the numbers that we have in the hall. I'm talking in terms of those who are online. Thank you so much to those delegates as well, and welcome to this session. I did say yesterday, Honorable Premier, that I get a feeling that there may have been chemical engineering to try and disrupt me from doing what I've been asked to do at the investment conference, because for some strange reason, whilst not fully back, it feels like my voice is returning now that we are nearing the end. I hope I'm more audible today, and many people have been asking me what time am I going to release you all today. I have made an undertaking which I'm very confident I'll be able to meet it, because I did say around lunchtime, and I did indicate that people generally have their lunch anytime from 11 to 3 o'clock, and I'm very confident that within that time slot, I should be really be able to release everyone. But how soon? I think that is a function of how well we collaborate today. The first thing I would want to do, you may recall yesterday I was telling you, you may not be seeing the Honorable Premier, we may not be seeing the MEC, they were busy trying to negotiate and get as much money and commitment because the Honorable Premier has made an undertaking last year that she would want this particular gathering to surpass the pledges that have been made previously. So she had to work very hard. But one of the other things that were happening while we were seated in here was a very interesting agreement that was signed yesterday. And I'm going to ask the team to share with you by way of a video so that you can just see what has been happening while we were busy here. And this specifically speaks to the Fita Khomu Tubatse SEZ. signing. I think they just went on a journey to show, profile some of you to reward you for your attendance. But what we are talking about here is the strategic public-private partnership between the Fitahomo towards the SEZ, Valterra Platinum, and Mintech. They officially entered into an agreement to formalize through the signing of an MOU yesterday. The agreement paves the way for the development of a pilot project for a green hydrogen production facility and logistics truck refueling station within the FTSEZ. The production of green hydrogen will support both the demonstration of a local hydrogen mobility corridor and stationary power generation within the SEZ. This landmark collaboration represents a major step forward in positioning the country to benefit from an emerging global green hydrogen economy. The transformative initiative is aimed at accelerating the South Africa's transition to a cleaner, more inclusive, and globally competitive economy, whilst driving innovation, investment, and job creation. Well done to all those partners, and we hope that on behalf of the province and the vision that the Honorable Premier has outlined for us, that you are already putting in place those building blocks that can enable the Honorable MEC to hold on to his job as a performing HOD, and that the Honorable MEC related to the HOD can also, with confidence, attend all his sessions with the Premier and say, Honorable Premier, we are working at Koshoma. Can you please allow us to do our work? Thank you so much, and congratulations. Congratulations to all those partners. So, like I said, the Honorable Premier, and this is what we are most excited about, is when the Honorable Premier is going to come and speak to us about the pledges. How much, yes, we see all the wonderful people in attendance, but the big question that the Honorable Premier will have to answer today is, Honorable Premier, how much money is coming into the province? Did you meet your targets? Now I want to hear, Premier, because you spoke with a lot of energy and enthusiasm. Did you hit the target, Honorable Premier? 120 billion, not million. Premier can't be talking about millions. Billion. A recap of yesterday. Yesterday's program, high level, we were welcomed by the acting executive mayor, Councillor Pema, who is back here with us. And in his welcome, he spoke about Polokwane City being developed as a primary economic and logistics hub for the province of Limpopo. He spoke that the city has made land available for major catalytic projects. And indeed, he mentioned quite a few of those catalytic projects. The academic hospital being one of those very exciting initiative and project that I think, Premier, you must be very proud of coming into the province. It's been so many years that we have heard talks about that, and it's finally coming here. The acting executive mayor spoke about a new theater, shopping center, international hotels, and so forth that are coming. Just an interesting observation to share with you guys, the investors who've got money. Maybe before you leave, you should go around Polokwane and get yourself a property, because I came across very interesting stats that Polokwane City has, since democracy 1994, it has grown 5 times the size it was in 1994. And I've also learned that in the last 10 years, if I remember well, that the property market has grown in Polokwane. If you own a property in Polokwane, the value has grown 150%, which is the highest in the Republic over the same period. So, Acting Executive Mayor, some of these delegates might come and acquire a piece of property in Polokwane. Next, we had the Honorable MEC, whose key responsibility was to introduce our Honorable Premier, but he also encouraged and spoke about leveraging the province having to leverage its competitive economic edges. The province has activated numerous investment opportunities to grow the economy, and he's obviously very passionate about his responsibility to see growth. Our Premier, Dr. Ramatuba, came and she spoke about 120 billion of pledges that were raised at the previous investment conference. She spoke about the establishment of a mining academy. Went into detail about how Limpopo is well endowed with the mineral resources, platinum specifically, and also in what proportion relative to the rest of the country. And therefore, she felt she needed to issue a directive for a mining academy. The Honorable Premier also spoke about the economic growth that is steadily moving in the right direction, and that it had moved from 0.2% to 0.9%. That is 4.5 times growth. Yes, I think the Premier made the point last night at the dinner. By all means, we know it's small. But sometimes, they say success is not always measured by the heights that you reach, but the depth from which you have risen. So if you have moved from negative growth, and then you reach 0.2%, and then you multiply that 0.2 and get it to 0.9, and you are still doing better than all other provinces, what are you measuring yourself against? What are you measuring yourself against? Because you must be pragmatic. And I don't think the Premier, I think if you give the Premier an opportunity to ask her, Honorable Premier, are you happy with 0.9%? She's going to tell you, no. I want it at 9%, probably. But in order to get to 9% from negative growth to 0.2, on your road to 9%, you're going to come across a number 0.9%. So, Honorable Premier, you are on the right direction. Don't be distracted. Keep pushing and make sure that this steady growth you are able to maintain. And well done to you and your provincial government and all your partners in the province of Limpopo. The Honorable Premier also spoke about the government being committed to converting investment pledges into tangible projects. Doesn't want just people coming here wearing wonderful suits, making pledges on the cameras, which is why you will see we've also changed the format this year. We don't have hand mics to people who are just excited, and Freddie comes here and he says, I'm pledging 2 billion rand. I don't even have 1 million rand, but I'm pledging 2 billion rand to the province. And then I make it all over internationally. They see Freddie Griever has pledged 2 billion rand. And when you go and check, hey, this guy, he doesn't even have 1 million rand. But we all applauded for him, and you gave hands and you count Freddie's 2 billion rand to say, yeah, no, that province is working. So the Premier and her team has put a very stringent process. By the time the Premier announced, all those pledges have been properly vetted, have been properly processed, and that is part of the contribution the Premier can make to make sure that when announcements are made, they can translate into tangible projects, because we don't want to play with the emotions of our people, exciting them over things that will never come. So well done on that score as well, Honorable Premier. And final point, a summary that I'd like to share is that the Premier also spoke about job creation being a shared responsibility between government. Her government is ready and committed to do their part, but she did say that on their own, and this is a very good point, on their own, they are not able to create all the jobs that need to be created. Then we had a presentation about the Africa Free Trade Area. And here it was a message that says Limpopo should utilize the free trade rules to transform the province into a continental hub for manufacturing. I spoke too soon about my voice. So the message here was for the province to use the rules to transform the province into a continental hub for manufacturing and agro-processing. And the second important point that came out of that input was leverage Limpopo's geographic location as a gateway to the SADC and broader African market to offset losses from other international trade agreements. Of course, there was an emphasis around the infrastructure that we need to focus on and develop, and I think that was well received. And then we had the Consul General of India, who also rose and underscored the robust India-South Africa partnership, citing their 20 billion rand trade and a shared commitment to collaborative growth in Limpopo, particularly in renewable energy, mining, and skills development. And I recall this was one of the speakers who also pronounced himself on support for the mining academy that our Honorable Premier had spoken about. Then we had from Absa Bank, we had Mr. Godi, Stanley Godi, and he spoke about Absa being actively supporting ESD, enterprise and supply development, across the three key pillars or the three sectors that underpin the economy of the province, which is your mining, your tourism, and agriculture. And then we had our Dr. Hossein Soramokhopa, and he spoke that Limpopo is identified as a new frontier for national growth, and he also encouraged us to leverage our vast mineral deposits, critical for the global energy transition. Need to move beyond raw material extraction to localizing processing and manufacturing, such as reopening smelters, and he made some commitments on behalf of the national government, but also specifically his department in supporting that, and producing components for solar panels and batteries. He spoke about Limpopo possessing immense untapped solar energy potential due to its high irradiation levels, which is a free and infinite resource that he said we need to utilize as best as possible. This presents a major opportunity to generate low-cost, clean electricity. Next, we had Brand SA, and the input that we received from Brand SA also spoke about Limpopo as an investment hub, citing our mineral wealth, the gateway to the rest of the continent. And then we had the flamboyant Maluleke. Our statistician general, who spoke about Limpopo having 6.4 million people, which is 10% of the total population of the Republic. Yet our economy, and he spoke about the potential for us to have to grow, because currently I think Limpopo only contributes to about 7.8%. So he was advising that if we can get our contribution to equate our percentage of the population. He spoke that the economy leans heavily on personal services at 22%, mining at 19%, but manufacturing is rather low at 7.2%, needing investment. And he spoke also about the importance of addressing the electricity shortages. So the province's agenda for industrialization very well supported by the statistician general, and Limpopo expanded unemployment rate, which is at 47%, with low average household income, and so the need for us to have to grow the economy so that less people should be dependent on the grants that they currently are depending on. Of course, the statistician general also went on to, at great length, speak about the fertility rates of the province due to the great vegetation and let's just say agricultural products that we have in this particular province of ours. And then we had a panel discussion from on tourism. The panel discussion highlighted the critical need for public-private collaboration and bureaucratic reform to unlock Limpopo's vast potential in tourism, trade, and the wildlife economy. The consensus identified significant systemic barrier, specifically a lack of investment in government-held assets, severe bureaucratic delays. They say it takes days and months and years to just get a meeting with our officials, Honorable Premier. I thought you were busy negotiating, but for some reason it seems like you picked that one up. Maybe you were watching us from wherever you were. But I was very happy that it seemed like you picked it up yourself. So that is an area that I think you need to assist those who want to invest so that that collaboration could unlock the investment that is required. The proposed solution advocate for a decisive shift in government focus, moving from asset operator to policy facilitator. Those were the proposals. Of course, you and your team and your leadership will deal with that and see how you respond to that. The panel discussion concluded that Limpopo's economic future hinges on a decisive shift from merely extracting and exporting raw materials to a strategy built on full beneficiation, strategic public-private collaboration, and a commitment to green, sustainable industrialization. So this was the mining panel, and then the last panel discussion we had was around energy, and that panel said Limpopo's energy future highlighted its vast renewable potential, including over 18 gigawatts of projects and a major shift towards storage facility. They identified green hydrogen as a key opportunity for mining logistics and stressed that active community participation, not passive benefits, are essential to drive industrialization, create jobs, and positioning the province as a leader in the new energy economy. Then, of course, we had Jaap van der Merwe, and Jaap spoke about the opportunities that exist around unlocking all the potential that we've been spoken about, including the potential that this panel that is seated in front is going to talk about around agriculture. And he made some very insightful contribution towards how logistics can open up all those opportunities and the potential that lies awaiting Limpopo province to benefit from. I am now going to invite a presentation by Cecil, and this presentation is going to be made by the head of Sustainable Carbon Solutions, Mr. Ken Salmon.
Good morning, everybody.
All right.
Are you able to hear me and see me?
You're invited. They will only applaud when they see you move. They're not going to applaud.
Program moderator, just a correction. Apologies from Mr. Ken Sarman. My name is Sudesh Chiba, and I'll be happy to present on behalf of SASL. Let me share the presentation from my side, and please confirm that you are able to see it. Can you see the presentation?
I don't think so. There, yes, there we see.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As I said, my name is Sudesh Chiba, and I'm very happy to present to the Limpopo leadership and the conference delegates at the Limpopo Investment Conference in Polokwane this morning. Some of my colleagues, Lufono, Anthony, and Siyabonga, I believe, are in the room with you. Firstly, maybe just a disclaimer around forward-looking statements as normal before I begin the presentation. Over the next 15 minutes, just a quick presentation with three main focus areas. I want to tell you a bit about SASL. I'm sure you're aware of us, but just a bit more about us. Then looking forward in terms of our grow and our transform journey into the future, and then some more specifics around our sustainable value products that we are working towards a more sustainable future on. All right. So, I mean, SASL, as you all know, is a global energy and chemicals company. We are proud that this year we turned 75 years old. So we're extremely proud around our heritage and the fact that we are a pioneering company. Going forward, our strategic priorities are really to strengthen our foundation and to grow and transform our business into the future. But I think what I want to highlight most importantly is that that transition must be balanced across social, economic, and environmental dimensions. So very much a just transition that is inclusive of everyone. Right? As I mentioned, we are a global organization. We are very proud of our roots in South Africa with our major operating sites in Secunda and in Sasolburg. We also have operating sites in the US and in Europe. But in terms of our product marketing and our product selling, it's very much all across the globe. We are pioneer in our Fischer-Tropsch technology and the leading producer of synthetic fuels around the world. So just wanted to highlight really that we have a global reach and we are very proud around our local production sites in Sasolburg and Secunda. All right, then three main areas that I just want to touch on. Firstly, in terms of our foundation businesses, it is our South African Southern Africa energy and chemicals area, where we're focusing on volumes, cost, and capital expenditure. Then our international chemical division, focusing on market asset optimization and cost discipline. And then moving to what I want to speak a bit more about today, which is around the grow and transform area, business building especially, which I am a part of, showing you how we plan to transition going forward. Okay, so currently in Southern Africa, our feedstocks is mainly coal, natural gas, and crude oil to our Natref refinery in Sasolburg. That feedstock and production process comes with a certain carbon intensity. With time, our intention is that to progressively introduce new sustainable feedstocks, and that will, with time, allow us to reduce the carbon intensity of our portfolio. The sustainable products that we are targeting is shown at the bottom in bubbles. It's renewable energy, carbon credits, green hydrogen, as was mentioned, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF as we call it, recycled carbon fuels, and biomethane. So I just want to spend a few minutes more on each of those in the rest of the presentation, because those are really the sustainable products that we want to grow in the future. And the other point I wanted to highlight is that this transition will be done in lockstep or in line with our customer and the market demand. So we really want our customers and the market to lead us in terms of how we transition and the pace at which we transition. Okay. We would like to adopt a sort of partnership approach across the full value chain. So starting on the feedstock side, whether it's agricultural or bio or waste type of feedstocks, we really want to adopt a partnership type of approach. Then moving over to our technology and our assets, I think this is where we believe as Sasol that we are quite strong, and this is where we can really leverage our existing asset base and our technology. And then, as I mentioned, in lockstep with customers, most of our sustainable products are targeting the aviation and the mining and the logistics sectors. So we really want to partner across the full value chain. All right, then just getting into a bit more detail around the sustainable products. So firstly, on renewable electricity, Sasol is the largest private procurer of renewable energy in South Africa. Our assets in Sasolburg and Secunda consume a large amount of electricity from the Eskom grid. So if you look at future electricity costs and rising carbon costs, if those are unmitigated, that would be really challenging for us. So our plan going forward is to source large amounts of renewable electricity. At this point in time, we have 170 megawatts of renewable electricity that's already online, and we plan to grow that to 920 megawatts and even 2 gigawatts in the future. And that's a combination of both self-build solar and wind projects, as well as procured via power purchase agreements. Right. I spoke about renewable electricity both for decarbonizing our own operations, but Sasol also plans to sell renewable electricity to the external market. Then the other area around carbon credits, which is quite important as well, is that we are a carbon emitter, but we are also see ourselves as a leading purchaser of carbon offsets. So we are also keen to explore co-development opportunities for nature-based carbon offset projects in South Africa, especially those that can be repurposed on mining rehabilitated land or unused land to deliver socio-economic benefits beyond the mine life. So that's also a critical area of focus for us. Obviously, not getting into the area where we compete with land for food production, but if there is fallow or degraded land, that does unlock socio-economic future potential for us. Right. The next part is renewable diesel. At our Natref refinery in Sasolburg, we introduced 2 ISO containers of used cooking oil, and we produce renewable diesel and SAF from it over the last couple of months. So this shows that we can actually do it at the refinery. Our plan going forward is that by the end of, or by the middle of calendar year 2026, we want to be in a position where we can co-feed 1% of used cooking oil into the refinery. And then up to the end of the decade, we can scale that up to 2.5% and up to 15%. And that can be a combination of used cooking oil or purposely grown energy crops or vegetable oils that we use for renewable diesel production at the refinery. Renewable diesel is a drop-in fuel, so there's no need for changes in engines, etc. It's a fuel that is fully compliant with existing specifications, but the difference is rather than being made from crude oil or from coal, it's made from sustainable feedstocks like used cooking oil and vegetable oil. So that we see as a focus area for us going forward, especially targeting the mining sector, given heavy machinery, but it's a drop-in fuel and we can use it in existing infrastructure without any changes or modifications required. Then similarly on sustainable aviation fuel as well, it's a drop-in fuel as well, made from used cooking oil, vegetable oil, and it meets all the ASTM or the technical specification requirements for use. Interestingly enough, I mean, as Sasol in Secunda, we were the first producer of the synthetic jet blend component, and using different, more sustainable feedstocks, we are targeting leveraging our Secunda facility to make this jet blend component going forward into the future. As I mentioned, Secundas we're targeting, we can also make SAF in Sasolburg, and we can also do it at our Natref facility in Sasolburg as well. Then one of the other interesting areas we are looking at is recycled carbon fuels. So interestingly enough, at our gasification process in Secunda, we can take waste tires, we can gasify to make gas feedstock, and from that feedstock, we can make recycled carbon fuel products like sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel. So because of that, we can work and partner with use tire suppliers, get some kind of cleanup process done in place and introduce it into our Secunda facility. Then the other area that we're looking at is biomethane. Sasol has an extensive pipeline network which connects from the Mozambique gas supply all the way into the Gauteng and the Pretoria network. So we can leverage areas around the gas network and inject biomethane into that network. There's also large quantities of fallow and degraded mining land, which can be leveraged to grow the feedstocks, which can be used for biomethane production. So really taking the land, the pipeline network, and the technology, we believe that we can start and grow and scale biomethane going into the future. So I think that was the specifics of what I wanted to talk about. My last slide is really around the fact that Sasol cannot do this alone. The truth and the reality is that we will need a collaborative effort with government, with partners across the industry in order to make this work, whether it's on the feedstock side, on the policy side, on the financing side. All of these need to come together for us to make this work and to make sustainable products for a sustainable future. So thank you for your time, and that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation on behalf of Cecil. So, yeah, I've made another decision. Yesterday I got away with changing things, and I'm still here. The Premier didn't fire me as I thought. So I'm going to try another change. After all, if she fires me, I'll be done anyway. I'll be done anyway. But I would want to get all of us out of this hall by 12:30, no later than 12:30. You don't, clearly not happy because guys, I'm trying to work for you, and you don't appreciate good things. So I want to try and get us to 12:30, and all of us must be out of here. So I'm killing tea break. Because remember, that is where we got things wrong yesterday. So you applauded for killing tea break. If you really, really need to have coffee or tea or a sandwich, it remains out here. We've set it up. Please quietly go out, grab yourself a cup, and quickly come back into the hall. So we are not starving you or denying you of anything. We are just saying, for the sake of the program, let us not break for coffee, so that we can be able to be done by 12:30. I can't wait to hear the MEC and the Premier talk about the pledges and how far they have gone in that regard. That's why I wanted to come earlier, and also because I'm really struggling with my voice. You know, speaking of the voice, Honorable Matibe, you know, many years ago, as a young man, I used to be told that I've got this very good voice, and I was part of a boys' choir, and we used to sing. And when we sing, you know, there's always, sometimes we can't hear ourselves. That's how much we were loved as this boys' choir. And then I go to university. And I get to university, and one of the fellows who knew me from school then recruits me to come and join the university choir. Now, university choir is a bit of a different, because now they're giving me papers, you know, they give you a paper, there's words, and then there are notes all over. Now I must be reading this thing, because the boys' choir was simple. Chief, you know the song, you go with it, we listen to it, okay, so this is how we go, and then we all get involved, and we fine-tune it, and before you know it, a hit is born. So, at university now, I get there, and it's a whole lot of formalities. And there's a conductor. I mean, what the conductor? Why do we need a conductor now? But anyway, the conductor is there, and we're going for practice. And we're singing, and I'm listening now. Obviously, I'm trying to see, is there space for me here? And I find, no, I'm actually doing quite well, you know. My voice, no, I belong here. In fact, nobody is stronger than me in this choir. So I'm quite comfortable. And we are then preparing for a huge trip to Germany. Now, a rural a person coming from a rural background, now you are told you're going to go to Germany. I don't know what is in Germany, but I know there's a place somewhere very far away, where Germany. So I'm going to Germany. And judging from the voices here, there's no reason why I should not go to Germany. And so we practice and we practice and we practice. And then there is this last event before now the big announcement of who makes it into this thing. And so we had the practice session, and hey, let me see, I rehearsed this thing like 1,000 times. I want to go to Germany. I mean, I think you'll understand. Then we get into this hall, and on stage there are mics dropping out of the ceilings. It's just a proper setup. We are wearing gowns. We're singing in gowns. And the hall is full, packed to capacity. And we are singing, and I'm very clear in my mind, I'm going to Germany. And they're going to remember my name when we are done. And we're singing and we're going with it. And this song goes up. And then I made a very fatal flaw, MEC. I closed my eyes because I'm now committing to this thing. I close my eyes and I say, this is the part of the song where my voice is going to carry me onto the plane to Germany. I close my eyes and I go deep. And there, in that moment, I realized, look, my voice is generally very strong and nobody should compete, but this, it sounds like I'm really doing good because I hear no one else's voice. While my eyes were closed, I did not see that the conductor had made this action. Hey, Kasubella, man. And the long and short of it is, I did not go and ask for my ticket to Germany because I understood that moment where I went all out. When I opened my eyes, the conductor was looking at me and couldn't understand, Chief. Why are you the only one going out this side? And it was all, I was advised while my eyes were closed, this is what the conductor did, and I did not see it. So, as the conductor of this event here, I am now handing over to the last panel. And this panel is going to determine whether we go home at 12:30. And I must warn the panel, I said this when I concluded yesterday, Honorable Madibe and Premier. As much as we ran late into the program, but there was not a single speaker or a single panel that took more time than was allocated. And that's the reason why I have asked us not to go on a tea break, because I think I saw where our challenges were. So I'm confident that this panel, speaking around a very important topic, which is around agriculture and agro processing, I am led to believe that our facilitator, Mr. Sihlobo Wandile by first name, is online. Wandile, can you confirm that you are indeed online?
Line.
Wandile, is that your voice?
Indeed, Program Director, good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. And I hand over to you and your panel. You have an hour.
Thank you so very much, Program Director. Let me first greet the Premier, the political leadership of the province, the government officials, and the academics and thought leaders that are there, and all of the investors and business people, as well as the community of Limpopo. I am joining you today from the central regions of our beautiful country. I should have been there in person, but nonetheless, we do have a solid panel that is with you there that I think will make a lot of input on some of the aspects that we wanted to discuss today. My job, program director, in this session is only just to make about a few remarks on the state of the agricultural sector in this country, as well as what are some of the possibilities that the province of Limpopo, particularly around the aspects of trade, can actually be able to push forward. And I particularly liked in your remarks when you were reflecting on some of the themes that came out yesterday, which reflected around the aspects of agro-processing and the possibilities of what can come up in Limpopo. Because in our work together with Dr. Mato Kalaba and the others that are sitting in stage there, Mr. Temba Ricotso, Leona, and the other colleagues, Tandisa, we have all agreed that when we're thinking about the farming economy in South Africa, we see Limpopo alongside KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Eastern Cape, as what we consider the growth frontiers of the agricultural sector in South Africa. I'm flagging a bit of slides here to make now an input on why do I think we are also building on some of the solid basis in this sector, because we are not talking only from a sector that has not been growing per se. This is a sector of an economy that has actually been pushing above the bar. If you're thinking about the broader economic performance in the country, you yourself, program director, referred to that subdued growth that we have seen in the province, but also nationally. But if you're thinking about the agricultural sector, I would say we are now calling for investments into Limpopo, particularly in the agro-processing and the agricultural sector, but building on the basis of a sector that is sitting on positive fundamentals. Just over the recent months and thinking about this year, this sector has been pushing and showing that optimism. And of course, this is not something of only this year. This is a sector that has been growing quite solidly for quite some time, thinking back in 1994 up until today, to more than doubling. So indeed, we are building on some positive footing when we are thinking about this sector. But I think whatever can be pledged or was pledged yesterday, or some that will still come to the Premier today and the leadership of the province, if it starts indeed and people are putting money on the ground instantly, or even starting in the next year, we will be moving in a rather positive agricultural season in South Africa, where we are expecting some nice rainfall. So whatever amount of capital that can come on a production side, I think you will find us in that environment where we are also thinking that even on the climatic conditions, things are moving towards the right direction. But I must say, though, that when one steps away from Limpopo and just thinking about the agricultural sector in South Africa, there's been some rising optimism for quite some time about what could happen in this sector. If you look for a moment on the chart that is on your right-hand side, I don't want to bore you with all of these things, but what it definitely shows is that if the line that we're seeing moving in the graph is above that dotted line that is in the middle, that signals that there's optimism in the farming economy in South Africa. When we take that optimism and we try to track the fixed investment, the money that is required for the long-term growth of this sector, these things tend to track each other. And we are already seeing that a lot of people have been spending, buying machinery and all of those activities. The core thing then that remains is about how can that money move also in a more aggressive way towards Limpopo, as the province is a new growth frontier alongside KwaZulu-Natal and the others. But today we are in Limpopo, and I think this is where we want to showcase the possibilities of that sector. And this, though, and the importance of this investment summit, because Limpopo is a significant province, and I think the Statistician General's input yesterday spoke exactly to that, to say if Limpopo continues to grow, and it grows even at a much faster pace than the 1% point that you were talking about, Program Director, it can actually help us in resolving even some of the much bigger problem in the country. Because when we think about where South Africa is today, we are confronted by a number of problems that we don't really have a lot to do with. These are all of the risks that we are seeing in the world. Either it's wars, aspects related to AI, aspects related to environmental policies. And these are things that are not coming on only today. We've known about these for about 2 or 3 years or even more years before that. But all of these risks, they have now come to be the reality. And this matters because this session that we are in will also reflect on aspects that are related to trade, to say, okay, we can increase production in Limpopo, but how do we think about this in terms of expanding agricultural exports in the world market, as well as the value-added agro-processing products into the world market? And we won't go to the world market just as a province of Limpopo, but we will also be depending on saying, where will South Africa go? What trade agreements do we have with the world out there? And that then entails the possibility of South Africa opening up as many trade agreements, but also managing some of the risks that are already there. The big thing, of course, at the moment when we are thinking about the world economy in general, are the tariff issues that we are seeing in the United States. The province of Limpopo is also feeling, to an extent, the impact of those tariffs, because what South Africa sends the most to the United States is, of course, in the agricultural context, wine, citrus, which are mainly the Western Cape regions that are dominant on that, and table grapes. But we also have macadamia that we have in parts of Limpopo and, of course, some of the regions of Mpumalanga that we send to the United States. So those farmers, they will be seeing that impact. But the big point about today is about what do these tariffs do to global demand in many of the economies that we are targeting to, we are looking to target to send our products, because we will grow all of these products in Limpopo, but we have to send them somewhere, because as a country in South Africa, we already export about half of what we are producing. Now, these rising tariffs, they present a risk of actually slowing down growth in a number of economies, and we have to be producing high value products that are in the side of horticulture, a range of fruits and nuts, but also within the livestock industry, because those are also the areas that are labor intensive. You made the point, Program Director, at the start. You said in Limpopo, the unemployment, the expanded definition for youth is at 47%, which quite frankly, then that means that 5 in every 10 young people in Limpopo do not have work. And agriculture then has to try to resolve some of these problems. That is not something that is unique to Limpopo across South Africa, because our economy has not been growing, as you can pretty much see on what has been happening in this country. And I think the challenge then is that if the world economy is also slowing and that is not supporting much of our export activity, that's the risk that all of us are sitting with. At the moment, while Limpopo's growth, you were saying, is just under 1%, at the national level, we are not at 2% that we all desire to go. We want at the national level to be at 3%, and we would very much like to see Limpopo growing at over 3.5%, which would be above average in the long-term growth, thinking about the percentages of growth that we achieved as a country between 1994 to 2008, which was our fastest growing period. We were averaging at 3.6. If Limpopo can punch above that, I think then these unemployment friction that we are seeing would be resolved, but most importantly, at a national level. But the core thing to resolving all of that, it lies onto the green line that is in that screen, because what that green line shows is a fixed investments, which is why the Premier decided that we should have this investment summit, because to get growth going, you must get investment, and that fixed investment is what would stimulate industry to produce a range of products that we would all put out there in the world market. At a national level, many people told us that the money wasn't coming in because we were not resolving some of the problems that they struggled with. The key thing that were often cited were issues of the logistics, issues of electricity, issues of water, and the visa reforms and the likes. And I do think that even thinking about Limpopo, especially as you consider heavy industry on mining and the other aspects that you were referring to, these were constrained because we cannot say Limpopo has been growing in those softer numbers because it's a problem of Limpopo. It was a national issue, the constraints that were there. And I think that that subdued growth performance and the unemployment of 47% amongst young people in the great province of Limpopo is as a result of some of these broader national challenges. We see then now, as Minister Ramagopa said yesterday, that a number of these are resolved, and certainly themselves at ESCOM and on the Department of Electricity, they have been able to work on resolving some of these things. But also, if you listen to Minister Barbara Creasy, as well as what they are doing in the transport department, they are making headwinds on resolving our issues at the ports because we want Limpopo to export. So on that side of logistics, there are inroads that are being made. But on the water side, I do think that our colleagues, the MECs and the others in the province will have to continuously assist the agricultural sector there because there remain some constraints here and there. But at the heart of it, we hear a lot about challenges that have to do with local governance. This is not an issue that is, again, mainly targeting Limpopo, but I think in the sentiment-wise across the country, there's a lot that can be done to improve local governance. And I think that is why the current administration at a national level has said this is one of the areas of focus that we should be in. But moving away from that to the center of the discussion of today, because what we are about to talk about is around the diversification and in terms of trade and what Limpopo should be doing on that. And I think this centers alongside the message that the president has been speaking about. If many of us read his letter that was during the time as he's visiting a couple of countries in Asia, the central message there was that South Africa is on the export diversification approach. That's the message at a Pretoria level. The key question then is about how do we crystallize that as we are sitting there in Limpopo. The Premier, in various conversations that I have had with her outside of this gathering, she has talked about the possibilities of availing land for expansion of agricultural production. And I think then the add-on on that is that we shouldn't only be producing and take commodities out of Limpopo and live with them. It's about how do we package, how do we process some products. And Limpopo builds already on solid foundation because if you travel across the Letsitele area, you already see some value addition that is there. But it's about now making sure that Limpopo is not only rich in the Letsitele area, but there is shared prosperity even if you are going to the other side on the west of the province, where we tend to see that that prosperity level are not the same. Other areas of Limpopo are on the periphery of agricultural progress, while others are seeing bigger headwinds. Now we are seeking then to see that shared prosperity, and that comes with improvements in terms of land governance, which then once we have that produce, we are able to hit on these markets in the Middle East, these markets in the Americas, these markets in Africa that the president and the others have been talking about. And I think the BRICS area, and I will now I'm starting to instigate a point that I would like Dr. Matlo Kalapa at a later stage to also reflect on about the possibilities of trade that are there in BRICS, but not only for the Western Cape and the others to dominate that, so that we are beginning to see that prosperity shared also across all provinces. I particularly like MEC, also the Premier and MECs, the issue of Saudi Arabia and the fact that you have many of our friends that are from other countries in China, Saudi Arabia, and India being there, because the Middle East is one of the areas that we see greater prosperity in terms of expanding our exports possibilities. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar are one of those. But also when you think about the greater Asia, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, India are some of those countries, as well as Vietnam, that we see greater prosperity. And all of them imports at over 20 billion US dollars of agricultural products. And you can think then about how much we could be able to achieve just getting a pie of that. This is a table from Dr. Matlo Kalaba, who's sitting there, and his friends at BFAP. He will speak about it at a later stage. But the central message is that what Limpopo is doing will need to be assisted by also the national government in South Africa. Because where you see looking at, whenever they are red on the top of RSA, which is at the top there, it means that South Africa doesn't have free trade agreements with a number of countries. Our competitors, friends in Brisbane, Australia, in Queensland, in New Zealand, Peru, Chile, Argentina, and the others, they have far greater market access with all of these countries like India, China, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam. So we need to ensure that we open as many export markets as we can. And I think the goal then is to ensure that Limpopo contributes what it can, and this will lift this prosperity that we have already been seeing on agricultural exports in South Africa, where exports have been growing from the early 2000s to now just under 14 billion US dollars. We want to see those growing. Let me close with one important point, which then I think, MEC, in your deliberation at a senior political level, you need to also underscore as part and parcel of the work that we are focusing on today, which is that we now then are thinking about investment in Limpopo. But Limpopo also depends on a good climate at a national level. That climate at a national level is alignment between our messages about trade and our messages about foreign affairs in what comes together as economic diplomacy. Because we think that economic diplomacy at this stage should be at the core at a national level, and then it trickles down to all of the investments that we're talking about in the province, the developments that can happen in agriculture, and ultimately the produce that can go to a number of export markets. And I think that the alignment on our trade and diplomacy messages is something that is always ever more important on the sentiment. But for friends that are visiting us in South Africa, they can know that this is a sector that is growing even in the near and the medium term. The fundamentals of agricultural expansion are positive in South Africa. South Africans are investing already a lot of money in agriculture, but it's about how now can we begin to have shared prosperity across provinces, but even within the province, across regions, and not have one region growing and prospering and having all the commercial agriculture, while the other regions that were part of the former homelands are not enjoying the same level of growth. And the responsibility there lies both on private sector and us. And Miss Leona, who's sitting on stage there, she does a lot of work on issues of development as to how do you get the farmers then to be at that level. And Mr. Temba Rokotso, who's sitting also there in stage, he does a lot of work about the financing aspect of those farmers to getting them there. While Tandisa, Dr. Victor Tandisa, was sitting there, he then can speak even more, anchoring Mahlo's point about the aspects of trade once we have that produce. I am now at 17 minutes, and I have to shut up before the MEC and the others tell me to do so that the panel can give an input. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Wandile, Mr. Slobo. Honorable Premier, Chair, ordinarily, farming does not observe time, office time, does not observe whether it's festive season. It doesn't observe if people need to go home. When the farm calls, it falls. But we will try to observe the time allocations. Thanks indeed to Mr. Sihlobo. Greetings to Honorable Premier, the Mayor, members of the legislature, Honorable MECs. To save time, I'm going to borrow, possibly without interest, from the chair, salutations from the chair, but also salutations from Ntate Sihlobo. Good morning indeed to everyone, both in the plenary, but also in the online, attending online and visually. Mr. Sihlobo, just to overemphasize one point, Wandile Sihlobo is the chief economist at the Agricultural Business Chamber. And he is the author of two very important books within agriculture. The first one being Country of Two Agricultures, A Country of Two Agricultures. The second one being the Uncomfortable Truth, uncomfortable, bold, underline, italics, uncomfortable truth about agriculture in the Republic. My name is Matloredi Tindisa. I'm from the National Agricultural Marketing Council, NAMC, an entity of the department, the National Department of Agriculture. Premier and Chair, the brief today is to facilitate a panel discussion with the heading and/or title Agriculture and Agro-Processing. And indeed, Chair, this is an important session. As we're indicating, we hope that we all had breakfast, but also Chair has indicated that there will be lunch. That is the significance of this session. Besides breakfast, the importance of this session was underscored by the presentation yesterday by the SG Stats General, who reflected on some of the numbers, but also Mr. Sehlobo indicated the contribution of agriculture, both in terms of the economy, but also employment. I've spoken about food. So I'll then, without a waste of time, introduce the extraordinary panel, captains of the industry. Well, maybe not captains of the industry, lieutenant generals of the industry. That would be on my immediate left, Mayor Leona Achari, the Chief Executive of the AGDA, Agricultural Development Agency in the Republic. And on her immediate left is Ntate Themba Rekgotso, the Chief Executive of the Land and Agricultural Development Bank, which this year turns 113 years. That is the chief executive. That is significance of the institution. And on his immediate left would be Professor Khabu Pofu from the University of Limpopo, my alma mater, and surely for many of us sitting here today, and also online. And on her left is Dr. Madlo Kalava, the director of the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy, BFAP, champions of data-driven insight. I might as well mention that Dr. Kalava is the past president of the Agricultural Economics Association of South Africa. That is the panel. Give them a round of applause, colleagues. So Wandile has given us a firm and also solid basis in relation to the macroeconomic environment that we find agriculture currently domestic, but also internationally. And my first question would go to Leona. Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, AMP, is generally accepted as a blueprint that would drive, that would turbocharge inclusive growth, but also competitive performance. If you are not competitive, we are not going to be able to play any role in the global space. Now, my question to Leona is, considering the thrust of AMP based on social compact goes hand in hand with trust. If there's trust deficit, meaning that when I look at you with one eye, how do we then mitigate that aspect? How do we ensure that we drive AMP, but also what is the role of AGDA in ensuring that we implement? Many African countries say that South Africa is good with plans, but implementation, dololo. The mic is just close to you. I think you have it. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to MEC and leadership of the province and the municipality, CEOs and other guests present here today. Obviously, yes, South Africa has adopted the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan as the blueprint. And we are seeing this as the cornerstone for us to drive inclusive growth, competitiveness, and resilience in the agri-economy. But one of the biggest challenges that has always existed in the agricultural sector is this issue of the trust deficit. Because in order for the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan to work as a social compact, there are certain parts that have to come together, certain partners that have to come together. And in order for them to come together and feel equal at the table, and participate equally, we have to bridge this issue of trust. Now, the plan has been there for the past 3 years, and we found Labour recently signing at the recent executive committee with Minister Steenhuisen, and that in itself was a milestone, because I think we can now move forward to the next step, because this is what it's about, right? It's a social compact, but it's also a living and breathing document. It's not something that is static, and that's very important. The other part is, truly, we have been very good at developing plans. We have some amazing plans that sit in the agricultural sector, but we have to make this one work for us. Now, I think the one part that has to be built on a little bit more in terms of inclusivity of the partners that participate, we have to make sure that all the right partners are at the table. Now, remember, for the agriculture and agro-processing master plan to work, you need government, you need business, but in business, you also need financiers. So just as government needs to come to the table with their DFIs, business needs to come to the table with the commercial banking sector, with other partners who are currently investing in the agriculture space. Because the master plan is an opportunity for us to drive one orchestrated, programmatic approach for agriculture. And we have been doing a lot in agriculture. We've seen that it's the sector that has the greatest potential to create jobs. And if you look at Limpopo, I mean, 100%, it's the one sector that we're going to keep looking to help us create jobs at all levels. But it means we have to bring the right partners around the table. So just very quickly then, if we have to build the shared vision that we are having, you have government that has come in with business and labor to develop this plan. You have the NAMC that has been put in for now as the coordinating entity. We have to ensure, number one, that they are also capacitated to be able to fulfill that role. But that framework has to be built on information sharing and transparency. So when people come around the table, one, they have to believe that what they're bringing to the table is respected and is going to add value to this particular plan. Because that is the one big thing. If you bring a small farmer to a table and you have a big commercial agribusiness at the same table, in certain instances, not everyone is on the same playing field. So how do we level that playing field in those conversations that we're going to have? And the one part that's trying to help with that is the agro-processing roundtables. So the commodity roundtables that are trying to bring different partners together. And I've been in the agri sector for many years. For me, those conversations need to be a lot more inclusive of everybody. It's not just the commodities. It's not just the normal people like Land Bank and AGDA and other agencies. We need to have new voices with innovative thinking sitting in there. The other part that is the one sticky point always is if we have to make this master plan work, we have to work out consolidating our funding and transparency in how we plan, how we actually spend our money in the agriculture space, both government and private sector. And that has not been something that has been forthcoming across. So no one has a dashboard of how all monies in agri is spent in this country. So that may be, a radical statement, but as AGDA, we've also been tasked to develop a funding framework for the AAMP. And I think the monitoring, the transparency around monitoring, and where we're putting our budgets so that we are all driving the same priorities. Wandile spoke of new markets that we want to open, right? The minister is currently in Asia and elsewhere opening up new markets. But if all of us don't understand which commodity is it that we're going to start growing from next month in this country, then when I go to a bank or to any other funder or farmer goes, not the right products are going to start getting approved. And I hope we're hearing that. Because every farmer can decide what to plant and go and find funding for it. But we all need to be moving in the same direction. If we want to grow avocados and we want to grow it by X percentage over the next few years, we need to have one plan for it in the country. If we want to grow the citrus industry, we need to have one plan. And that comes from the agriculture agro-processing master plan. The last comment I want to say is, as we build this issue around trust, it's important that we, through all of what I'm saying, the framework, the coming together at the table, we begin to show tangible results and together begin to celebrate those successes, because that begins to bridge this trust deficit. Because you trust each other in the planning, in the funding, but in the celebration of the success. And I think we have it within us, with all the partners that we've managed to bring around the AAMP to do exactly that. We need to also institutionally anchor this AAMP if we want it to work. So accountability, monitoring, and transparency is going to be key as we move forward, building trust and implementing together.
Thanks a lot, Leona, for that. So AAMP identify access to finance as one of those barriers. I might as well probably access to markets, both domestic and international. But on the access to markets, that they records of, please share with the participants, both here and online, on what makes the land bank, the 113-year-old institution, what makes it a financier of choice, but also what is the strategy of the bank to ensure that the funding instruments are affordable, but are also accessible. Access and affordability is always an issue.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Very good morning to all the distinguished guests, Honorable Premier, Honorable MEC. Allow me to observe all the protocols that have been established already. Yeah, so I think from the land bank side, I think the question is, how do we make financing accessible by farmers? And more importantly, what makes the land bank a financier of choice? But also there were different parts of your questions that I would like to address as well. Firstly, of course, you have indicated that the land bank has been around for more than 110 years old. It has been the bank that has been at the forefront of driving the agricultural development in South Africa. If you look at the mandate of the land bank, the mandate of the land bank says that the land bank has to change the agricultural ownership patterns in South Africa. And in doing so, it has to promote the increase of the participation of the historical disadvantaged persons into agriculture, and more importantly, increase their ownership of land. When you look at all of those, indeed it is true that it requires access to financing. So on the land bank side, we have realized that the bank has actually done quite a lot of work in terms of developing agriculture in South Africa. If you look at agriculture in South Africa today, it's actually one of the highly commercialized sectors in the world. Wandile indicated that we are the net exporters as South Africa, and many of our commodities across the various sectors are actually some of the leading exported commodities. Some of the commodities coming in Limpopo in particular, they actually occupy the top global exported commodities, and we'll touch on that. But the challenge, of course, has been inclusivity in the sector and, of course, providing affordable access to agriculture. In the land bank, we came up with 4 priorities that we set for ourselves to try and address this problem. The one, of course, is we said we indeed need to increase the access to agricultural land by the historical disadvantaged people. Everybody knows that. The second priority that we said is that we need to increase the access to affordable finance. It remains a challenge today. It remains a challenge to all the financiers. The third priority that we set for ourselves, and this is the most important part because it actually underlines the reason why the access to affordable finance remains the challenge. And this is aligned to AAMP as well. We said we need to increase the access to comprehensive support to historical disadvantaged persons. This is one of the pillars in the AAMP, increasing the access to comprehensive support, and I'll come back to that. And of course, the need to increase the productive utilization of land, and this extends to some of the land under the land reform program as well, and I'll come back to that. I did say that if we don't deal with increasing access to comprehensive support, we will not be able to provide affordable financing into the sector. And it's because of the following challenges that a lot of the historical disadvantaged farmers face. Unless we deal this, The rest will remain a talk for everybody. Some of the problems that are affecting the historical disadvantaged persons are the following. The number one is the access to information, knowledge, and experience is a problem. Agriculture is very, very complex. I always say that when you plant tomatoes in your house, in your garden, that is called gardening. It's not agriculture, it's not farming. Agriculture is very, very complex. You require a lot of knowledge, you require experience. Many of the historical disadvantaged persons don't have that. How do we deal knowledge, access to information, and experience? The second problem is the business and technical expertise that many of our farmers do not have. Many of the projects do not get into funding institutions because we need business plans, we need to understand how they're going to run their projects. Many of the projects cannot be funded because they cannot actually put together a solid business plan. How do we address that, and how do we ensure that the historical disadvantaged persons can put together comprehensive business plans? They have comprehensive technical expertise. Market access remains a challenge for many of them. A lot of them cannot have access to their local markets, but even more importantly, how do we open external markets for many of these? Many of the challenges also lie in the packing of the agricultural products and the marketing aspect. You look at many of the farms, very beautiful farms, but when it comes to the pack houses, the packing facilities, and the marketing, it's not in the hands of the black farmers. How do we address that so that actually we create sustainability? Of course, compliance is a big problem. Many of them cannot comply with what is required by financiers. They cannot comply with what is required by markets. They cannot comply with what is required by many of our regulators in the countries. When it comes to some of the key requirements, like the water use licenses, the EIA, we also face significant challenges with water use licenses. We face significant challenges with many of these farmers getting access to EIAs. So what have we done at the Land Bank to actually address this and ensure that we actually have a solution to access to finance? We then decided about 2 years ago that for the Land Bank to address this problem that over the 110 years that it has been in existence, it couldn't address, we actually have to adopt a role of what we call an ecosystem coordinator, and be the one that will identify all the challenges across the entire agricultural value chain, identify the partners that needs to come in and become solution providers, and we need to do matchmaking with the farmers. So for that, we actually came up with 3 pillars of solutions that we said, let's deal this first, and then we can then make it easier to make access to finance and affordable financing to be possible. The first pillar was addressing what we call the pre and post support services. And on that, we actually focused quite a lot on how do we assist the farmers with coming up with comprehensive information, help them with the knowledge that is required. How do we assist the farmers with the compliance requirements? We then came up with a mentorship program as part of our pre and post funding support, and started to identify partners across the provinces that whenever a farmer has to be assessed and has to be financed, we have to allocate a mentor to farmer, whom the mentor will have to fill to close all these gaps that we have on preparation of the projects. How do we assist the farmers to put together the business plans? How do we assist the farmers to put together the cash flow projections that are required? So we came up with a program, with a mentorship program, that we are now partnering all our farmers with the mentors. They're assisting them with business plans, assisting them with all the compliance that are required. And of course, one of the other things was to already start thinking about how do we deal the market access compliance requirements, and actually started to put that up front and start to think about compliance with market access. The second pillar of our support was actually market access. How do we actually identify partners across all the different commodities and have agreements with the partners to actually provide direct market access to the farmers. We then identify all the farmers across the horticulture products, across the field crops, across livestock, and actually created partnership agreement with them. We came up with the aggregator model where we say we need to put the farmers into aggregators, link those aggregators to the market access, and ensure that somebody who is farming potatoes can actually supply the potatoes directly to the potato off-takers. And we can identify some of them that can work with them to be the aggregators. We have some of the programs that we are working with AGDA and many others where they are actually playing that role of the aggregators to ensure that they aggregate for the market. And then we could start to deal, how do we get them to be ready for the market readiness? How do we get them to be ready for market compliance? And more importantly, how do we build those linkages? And the last part then, which was the pillar number 3, was then the right funding and financing solutions and the insurance solutions. And on this, we've spoken quite a lot about the blended finance product, which is actually one of the great programs that we have to date. In the past 2.5 years, we have actually approved just under 4 billion worth of blended finance to about 390 farmers. And when you look at that, it's actually cutting across all the groupings of agriculture, horticulture. We're starting to see quite a lot playing in the citrus space. We're starting to see a lot playing in the avocados, lychees, and some of the other horticulture products. And of course, in the blended finance space, one of the greatest offering of the blended finance is the comprehensiveness of the blended finance. It is not just about blending a loan and a grant together. It's about ensuring that it is comprehensive. Part of the blended finance is coming up with the insurance offering. Part of the blended finance is coming up with that support for technical skills. You cannot make a mentor to do mentorship on a pro bono basis. It will not work. It's not sustainable. It's under the blended finance, we've got up to 4% of the funding package allocated to the pre and post funding support. And of course, we had to come up with the insurance products. So we have ensured that there is affordability. These products can be accessed by the farmers. And of course, a lot of that can be expanded to the land reform programs as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rekotso. Indeed, agriculture, it's science-based. You need to have some level of understanding and knowledge. And I'm going to go to Prof, latching on what Dr. Rekotso is saying. Recently we're coming out of G20 discussions on the agriculture stream. And one of the contentious issues was climate change. We're told that it's a hoax. We're told that doesn't exist. Whilst we see floods in parts of the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and we also see extended droughts. Now the question is, all of this phenomenon are disrupting food production, to some extent productivity. Now explain to the audience the climate smart production methods. Climate smart production methods, and how can those methods be used by farmers? But maybe before you even go there, you might want to explain whether indeed climate change, changing of patterns, is it the real stuff or I want to be?
You are putting me on the spot, Chair. But thank you very much and good morning. I will stand on the protocol observed. Let me just start by answering your question. Climate smart or climate change exists. That is a fact, whether you deny it or you accept it, it's a fact. And weather patterns have changed. We have all seen that. We have witnessed that, not just elsewhere, but also in our province. So my answer is yes. climate has changed and we need to change. Farmers need to adapt to those changes. We need financial muscles. We need financial resources to assist the farmers to move from the traditional way of production to the changing climate patterns. So I am happy to hear what the Land Bank is saying, meaning we will just have to now, because we are on the ground, on top of what I'm doing, I am holding a research chair under the Climate Smart Agriculture Center, and I'm working on regenerative agriculture. So maybe we will need to go to the Land Bank and start asking for those financial muscles to assist our farmers, because what we are observing outside, it's really painful to the farmers. Just last week, I was in Cape Town. When I was there, most of my farmers in Mount just next to the university, they lost their produce because of the hail that was bigger than a ball. Those things were never there, but now they are here. So hence I'm saying, I'm glad that we do have the Land Bank and other financial institutions that can assist our farmers in terms of the finances, because we need to move. The smart way, or the way that we need to move, the technologies that needs to be adopted right now. As a university, we are doing research. We are trying to move with time. And there are some methods that we have developed. There are some technologies that we have developed, because if we don't do that, food security is threatened. Our household food accessibility is threatened. Our nutritional food is threatened. So research needs to come on board and give the farmers empirically derived information, not just hearsay, but tested methodologies or methods that we can currently use to move with time. And we are not just doing this alone. We have partners. The Agricultural Research Council is one of those partners, because they are a research institution. The CSIR is one of those partners that are testing our methods. And we also have our own, the Department of Agriculture, the Limpopo Department of Agriculture, even the National Department of Agriculture is on board to show the seriousness of climate change and the development of the technologies. So what we have researched and developed right now, I will just outline, because I'm looking at the time right now, quickly outline some of the methods that we have now developed. The conservation agriculture, which includes the minimum tillage. Minimum tillage is the way to go. We no longer have to expose our microbial biome, our microbes that are there to serve our soil or to enrich our soil. That's the way to go right now. The agroforestry, the integration of your vegetables, your medicinal plants, your orchards, everything. Just have a forest where you are planting, because that forest will assist you in terms of pests and diseases, because the increase in those temperatures brought along pests and diseases that we are unable right now to manage. And we have the water harvesting and efficient use. Water is a very scarce commodity in our province, and we need to have ways as farmers on how do we irrigate. The issue of taking a hose pipe and putting it in the field doesn't work anymore. The issue of your sprinklers doesn't work anymore. We need to measure the amount of the water that you irrigate with, and we've got gadgets that we have developed at the University of Limpopo, and it's called Integrated Drip Irrigation System that is utilized right now by other smallholder farmers. Then we have the urban agriculture or peri-urban. Why do we have those? Because we are able to now plant under controlled environments. We need money because if the farmers have got money, they are now able to cover their orchards. They are now produce their peaches under those greenhouses, under those covered conditions. But right now they do not have the muscle to do that. If their produce are covered, at least there is minimization of the climate, of the changes that are coming, of what can I call it? The damage that will be caused by the ever-changing climate. This project is already there. Okay, the time. The project is already existing, and we are glad to announce that we have it under Pudukwani. People can just go and Google it. We have even the MEC has already gone out there, make a kana to see what we are doing under urban. The integrated pest and nutrient management, livestock integration with your produce or with your production. Those are the systems that we have developed. The use of the botanicals. We need to minimize the use of chemicals and go into our own botanicals for management of our pests and for the issue of soil health. For the sake of time, let me rest it there. Thank you very much.
A round of applause. Thanks, Prof. Thanks a lot. Dr. Kalaba, in your remaining minutes, one dealer has indicated that since 1994, agriculture has doubled by value, has doubled by volume. But even though we believe in data-driven insight, the main question is that would be asked, what we have doubled, but what does it say to the Republic, to the province, but most importantly, to the farmers that the Prof is talking about? Are they benefiting? And if they're not benefiting from those numbers, by volume, by value, what should be done to ensure that we bring everyone on stream? There's a slogan that says, no one should be left behind. Doc?
Thank you, Chairperson. The disadvantage of being the last one on the group is that you're the one who's going to be facing a red screen that says timer. But then the advantage is that you can just say Kila Galeu, and then you get away with it. But then on that principle of Kila Galeu, let me also stand on the protocols that my colleagues have already used. But to your point, indeed, it is true that the agricultural sector, not only has it performed as you expressed it, but it's been doing so consistently and up and above the national economic performance. So, and Wandile made that point, just basically showing that in terms of competitiveness, in terms of engaging, be it imports or exports, we really have stood our own ground. However, we can do better. However, the point about inclusivity and why the AAMP was brought on board was to illustrate and bring others to be part of this great performance. So I would just add to that point to say, for the province in particular, there are opportunities to rise beyond what we see. There are low-hanging fruits, if I may put it that way, in terms of the markets on the continent and beyond. But we have already expressed our ability to export and compete, beyond the continent. But on the continent, Africa, including SADC, if you take out South Africa, is a net importer of food. And it has been so over the last decade. Point being, there is demand for food. Yet on the flip side, you just talked about doubling our production and exports, which means that all we need to do to a certain extent is to match that demand with what we're able to supply. So the first one would be, yesterday there was a presentation on logistics, but one of the challenges that you'll be told about Africa is that logistics, infrastructure, access to some of the remote areas or some of the middle income, say, regions. But Africa is also rich in minerals. DRC, you have the copper belt in Zambia, Zimbabwe, and they use our infrastructure in terms of the ports. The amount of empty trucks going back are immense. We even have 2 exit land posts to allow empty trucks to go. But there is an opportunity that is forgone. And these points are in this province. That is one of the opportunities to overcome the challenges of infrastructure, if we can just align that and provide the right food. The last point that I would like to make is that Beitbridge, which is in our province, is the largest land post, border post in the whole of Southern Hemisphere in terms of freight, trucks, people that are processed. And you would argue that the best or the number one beneficiary will be this province, while in terms of the country, it will be South Africa. However, those long queues are missed opportunities. And as our border post as a province and a country, we have the responsibility to make it a priority to facilitate that, because we will benefit ahead of everyone who gets those opportunities. And here, and I'm ending on this point, Chairperson, just to say, in as much as yesterday we saw the Statistician General from head office, we have seen the Minister of Energy and Electricity coming here to coordinate provincial and national activities to achieve the goals, even here in terms of trade, in particular agricultural trade, so that if the opportunities and goals of AAMP are achieved, where is that production going to? So we need to open those, and the DTIC is the competent agency, as well as the Department of Agriculture on that point. So I'm just basically saying, in future, let's work together with them. Let's bring them here in the same way that we brought others to say, let's open up this opportunity that is standing still. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Galab. So there are a couple of questions that I have to pose. If I don't, Chair, I will be accused of selling out, which are very important. And they revolve around succession planning. Succession planning in a sense that the average age of farmers in the Republic to date, it's 61. And we are realizing that there is no appetite, there is no uptake of agriculture. I'm not talking about gardening, Chief Executive. I'm talking about farming. We don't see enough appetite from young, number one, but also from females taking up space in relation to agriculture. Now, the question that goes to Meliana, but also the Chief Executive, is what programs are there to ensure that indeed we attract, we mainstream young, but also gender into the industry, such that going forward, what Dr. Galaba says, we don't rely on others to produce food for us. Anyone who produces food for you is likely to control your livelihood and your well-being. 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, 2 minutes, Liana, so that we don't get fouled with the chair.
2 minutes, and I think in the 30 seconds, I just want to link whatever we're speaking about and with the AMP and the opportunity that sits in Limpopo. around the African free trade, around the AFDB's SEZ and industrialization programs, and the opportunities for specific growth areas in commodities. I mean, you are so well positioned in Limpopo. I think the question is, how do we bring private sector investment together with the vision that you are putting out to make sure that we're able to achieve this? And not just on the primary production side. We are doing a lot of work at the moment, for example, in the potato belt of Limpopo with many farmers, and I'll tell you how this links back to the youth and women. With Potato SA leading as well. I mean, at the moment, you are producing an excess amount of potatoes and certain seasons that continuously happens, right? But we need to figure out how we invest into this major agro-processing facility and reach out into the African continent as far as the distribution of a simple thing like chips is concerned, right? Because a lot of Africa and South Africa imports chips that go into KFCs and McDonald's, etc. So I just want us to park that there. But if we want to bring more youth and women into all of these spaces and into these value chains, we have to look around the skills and the importance of training in technology as well. Agriculture is modernizing. You can actually sit in Gauteng and control how your irrigation systems and input supply is happening on your fields. So I am finding that we keep saying not a lot of youth are interested, but actually a lot of youth are interested and getting more interested. The question is, have we created, like Temba was saying, the Land Bank is creating this enabling ecosystem for young people and others, farmers, to get involved? Are we creating sufficiently those spaces for the young people to be able to engage? And I think that's going to be important as we bring in training. And to just give you an example of the extent of interest, even in this province, we work closely with De Beers, the mining entity in Bloberg and Messina. And we had a call out about 2 months now for training in agriculture. And we only have less than 200 opportunities, but the number of applications that came in were more than 1,400. And we just one partner in agriculture. So that alone tells you that we have to figure out how we incorporate them across the entire agricultural value chain. And the more they begin to see the opportunities that exist at enterprise level, agro-processing level, the more they're going to get involved, because there's great opportunities for us, not just to look at raw product exiting South Africa, but finished product exiting South Africa. And I think that agro-processing part is going to unlock major job growth for all of us. So when we look at the investors and the potential funders, I think we need to figure out how we do that. And one last comment, to get us there, in order for not just young people, but anybody entering this space to access the funding we talk about. We speak of the business readiness. We speak of investment into the planning process. There's not sufficient about that, and that'll take a whole nother day. But we need to figure out how we get investors putting money into the planning and the due diligences and the business plans that Land Bank is committing to do as well. So let's see others do the same in the private sector. Thank you.
I thought you'd say something, Chief Executive, on the access to finance for youth, but also for women. I might as well add disabled.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, most certainly. So I think, firstly, let's start with the succession planning part, which addresses the youth. So I think you're very right. The average age of a farmer in South Africa is about 65 years old. So if we don't do anything something ourselves, nothing will change. So what we have started to do at the Land Bank was actually to start embedding succession planning as a critical part of our assessment processes. So whenever we actually do a process application, if a farmer is an old farmer, we want to know upfront what is the succession plan. If you look in the blended finance test that I talked about earlier, our target was to have about 40% of the blended finance as the youth. We are trending slightly behind that. We are having around about 25% of the 480 that I have spoken about earlier. About 25% of that is youth. So we're starting to see youth actually coming into agriculture. In fact, for a number of them, they are starting to choose agriculture as actually a sector of choice for a number of them. I have said many, many times that agriculture has remained one of the best kept secret for Black people. I think the day we discover agriculture as a sector, we'll start to see a shift in our economy. In terms of the female in particular, our intent was to have at least the 50-50 split, especially in the blended finance scheme. We are very, very close to that. When you look at that 480, slightly below, but actually around about 46, 47% of that, it's actually the youth. And what is quite exciting about it is that you are starting to see them across the key agricultural commodities. We're starting to see them in poultry, actually participating quite effectively. We're starting to see them across the horticultural products, citrus. We're starting to see them in avocados, and so on. So we are starting to see actually female coming into agriculture, which is actually quite fascinating. And we may not like this as men. Stats has shown that actually some of the best farmers are female farmers, and they actually even do better when it comes to the most responsible use of the agricultural incomes as well. So we have to actually drive that. I think it's starting to change.
Thanks, CEO. Can you give them a round of applause? Can we give them a round of applause? Cycling back to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, as part of developing both agriculture and agro-processing, it's important to say to the panel here that the social compact, the trust deficit, it's something that we'll have to deal with, because we are as strong as our weakest link. But also, in closing, Chair, I want to quote one of the renowned economists, Professor Joseph Stiglitz, who once said that you cannot evaluate what you have not measured, because without measurable data, it's difficult to determine if your policies and strategies are effective or where improvements is to be made. So in terms of AMP going forwards, panel members, whether on trade data, Dr. Kalaba, whether on access and affordability in terms of banking, whether on technologies, we would have to come at some point and check whether are we making a progress or are we delaying. But also, giving over to Chair, quote what a philosopher once said, that if we don't reflect on where we're coming from, we are condemned to repeat those mistakes. And that quotation was from George Bezos, the late George Bezos. Let me thank all the panelists and thank everyone for listening to the discussions. We hope that indeed they were worth it, they were worthwhile. An apology to the chair and everyone else for taking 10 minutes of your time. As we indicated, agriculture does not observe timelines. When the farm is calling, when the garden is calling, it will call you and you will drop everything and go face your farm. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Dr. Tindisa, what this is doing is also showing the people that our farmers are blackmailers. Just because they produce our food, they take as much time as they want. And I think the most interesting thing for me was when he said, the facility, if I don't, I've got important question to ask. If I don't ask this question, the program director is gonna think I'm selling out. I mean, really? If you don't keep time, I'm gonna think you are selling out. But yeah, no, nice try. Let's give that panel another wonderful round of applause. I have allowed them to take advantage, because I'm very confident that I can honor the time that I had committed to you. Let me see, Maseko. While you were out, actually, as you came in, a very interesting thing was said in the panel. I don't know if you heard it, but they basically characterized the vegetables that you are planting at home, all those big gardens that you are, they say all you qualify to be called is a gardener. You are not a farmer. You are a gardener, chief. You might be feeding yourself and your neighbors, but I listen to them, they say you are a gardener. And so am I. They are the farmers. What an explanation that was. Thank you indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving now towards the climax, the culmination of why we are gathered here. And again, I did what I did yesterday. Premier, I think you were in the session yesterday that when I shared the numbers of people who were virtually following this event. I think around lunchtime yesterday we had 1,898 delegates who were following the event. Around 28 minutes past 5, I checked that number again, and you will recall I shared it with you. The number was 1,905. And I thought, just for interest's sake, in case I get asked the question, because it seems like all the questions go to the moderator. And in case Premier wanted to ask that question, or the MEC wanted to ask that question to say, are we still keeping the same levels of interest? And I asked my team to collate that information for me, and I received the numbers as at 15 minutes past 11, and the number is higher than it was on both times when I checked yesterday. We have 1,919 delegates who are on the various platforms following the activities here. And the message I shared with you yesterday is, do not be distracted by those who may be coming late into our sessions, who might not be here. The success of this event is not measured by how many people are seated here. The success of the event is measured by those who are committed, they remain interested in wanting to know what is happening in Limpopo, where are the opportunities, and how can I firstly contribute towards the vision that the leadership has set, but secondly, how can I benefit from the province of Limpopo? So the interest and the participation is quite high. And so as the Premier is going to make the announcements and the MEC is going to speak about or reporting to the Premier about the pledge or the pledges, know that you are not only speaking to the people you see in the hall. There's close to 2,000 investors and potential investors who are glued and following the event. Thank you so much as well to those delegates who are online and who continue to follow and support this event. I'm now going to ask, just before I hand over to the leadership to take us through the most important part. In other words, this is now where the leadership gives us feedback. I would want to ask, there's a video of testimonials that will take approximately 5 to 6 minutes. If we could just share that video, and then we go towards handing over to the leadership for accountability. MEC, you are laughing. The Premier wants to know, are you hitting targets, Chief? So it's accountability. I'm nervous for you, Honorable MEC. I know what it could mean if you embarrass the Premier. So I'm hoping you've got good news. Is the video ready? Please share the video and then I'll call the MEC.
What is it that drives the people of Limpopo? That invisible, unshakable force that translates decades of culture and rich storytelling into rhythm, song, and melodious movement. It is a force that seeps through the pores of our people into the soil, nourishing it for bountiful harvest. The same force that turns the hands of our farmers at sunrise, powers the determination of our entrepreneurs, and beats at the heart of our growing economy. It breathes life into our rivers as well as our towns, shaping raw potential into industrial strength. A force that vibrates through our tourism landscapes, from the untamed beauty of our game reserves to the warm smiles that greet every visitor. It is a spirit of resilience, welcoming and forward-looking. It is this spirit that has guided every pledge made at the Limpopo Investment Conference since its inception 5 years ago, and inspired many companies across the globe to partner with this province and plant projects that are now transforming lives and communities. This is the spirit of Limpopo. Among the many accounts of inspired projects that have been introduced through the Limpopo Investment Conference comes one that details a group of 8 mining companies in the Sekhukhune district that have managed to creatively bridge rich history with a vital infrastructural need that now stands as a monument of indispensable service for the Steelpoort communities.
I serve as the representative of 8 mining companies. We came together as mining companies and, following a thorough assessment and a detailed analysis, said we make a commitment in a public-private partnership between these mining companies as well as the road agency Limpopo to construct a bridge over the Steelpoort River. There is a single-lane steel bridge that is almost 100 years old. And the doorstep communities, they had to travel, and the traffic count when we did the assessment was about 7,000 vehicles a day.
The commitments was a voluntary financial contribution as per the company's ability to fund their portion of it. The companies, together with Road Agency Limpopo, assisted with the evaluation and appointment of the design engineers, assisted with going through the technical specifications for the bridge construction as well as the rehabilitation of the existing steel bridge.
We can now all enjoy and just look at the beauty and the splendor of an architectural design that you can appreciate, but also something that acknowledges the history of Sekhukhune.
The Tusks was the one that was eventually the winning aesthetic feature that will outline that bridge for future generations.
Growing cities in predominantly rural areas is the new phenomenon thriving in many parts of Limpopo. In the Wembe district, this development takes shape through the innovative mines at the Tabani Property Investments. With an avocado-rich landscape, the people of the Wembe district can now benefit from the processing of this oil-rich fruit. Industrial developments are unfolding across Limpopo, and as such, the need for mindfulness concerning carbon emissions becomes vital.
We have installed 129,340 modules of 600 watt each, and over a footprint of about 185 hectares. The project was initiated as part of Exaro's decarbonization strategy 2030, whereas the plant will provide all the power to the Grootegeluk mine to offset the carbon footprint of the Grootegeluk mine. Synergy has developed and built and will own the project, and Synergy is a wholly owned subsidiary of Agro Resources. We are part of Agro Resources and therefore part of the bigger Agro decarbonization footprint. Part of the development of the project, obviously there was a economic development strategy which related to quite a lot of factors like job creation, enterprise development, preferential procurement. During the height of the project, after the construction of the project, we employed just on 600 people, mostly from the local communities, as well as numerous local contractors and subcontractors are employed on the project.
As the strongest performing economy in South Africa for the year 2024, Limpopo is ready and ripe for investment. So partner with us and let the enduring spirit of Limpopo guide you.
Thank you very much. That is all in the past. The question, and the most important question, is how are we doing 2025? Now, I've tried to put pressure on the MEC by making comments to try and put him under pressure. He doesn't look nervous, so it's either he's not taking his job seriously or he's winning. I don't know. He's smiling the whole time, and I'm trying, I want to see, are we getting somewhere? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Warm welcome. Let him not have a reason. If he doesn't meet the target, he must not say we didn't welcome him nicely and blame the delegates. Put your hands together. Welcome the Honorable Matibe, our MEC, to come and tell us about Pledges 2025.
Thank you very much, Program Director. You tried to make me to be nervous. I'm always a calm person. You can't win on that one. To the Honorable Premier, our MECs, the mayors, the chairperson of LEADER, I saw also the deputy chairperson, and LEADER executive, and all our entities. I'm coming here to account, as you put it, and I hope after I finish, I still have my job. And if I lose it, it means it will be investors who are here who made me to lose my job. But Honorable Premier, we must indicate before we show the pledges that as a provincial government, under your leadership, we have taken a decision that all the pledges that we are going to announce, we have done due diligence to all of them. And we have embarked on a process of doing that due diligence, which we have said that whenever the investor approaches us to say they want to pledge, we have put up a team, a technical team that works on all the pledges that we are going to announce here, led by the DG and HODs, as well as a leader team. We don't only make them sign the pledges, we also visit them so that we are sure that whatever we are announcing here is something that will become tangible, and we will be able to make changes in our people's lives. Honorable Premier, I have also agreed with the MEC for Treasury that me and him must then start working on the issues of assisting all the investors who have pledged. While the technical team will be working DG, me and the MEC Treasury will be overseeing you, so that we don't wait for investors to get frustrated. They come in the last minutes, assist us in this regard. On a monthly basis, we'll be requiring a report from you and your team, DG, and your HOD, so that you brief us on the progress in relation to all the investors and investments that are there. I know if I talk a lot, I will create anxiety on others. Let us now then move to LIC, Limpopo Investment Conference 2025 investment pledges. And let's put our hands together to all those who pledged before we see them. This was the remarks that I was making. I'm passing now. And we start with the pledges. ESCOM has pledged 35 billion to Limpopo. This is the energy sector. Then we have the second pledge, which is Pele Green Energy. They are pledging 10.6 billion. Those hands are not the hands for 10.6 billion. Ando Energy is pledging for us 16.8 billion. Kawu Blue Energy, 5.5 billion. Mulman Group is pledging 5 billion. And then Muzanzi Energy, 3 billion. We are talking billions here. Energy sector again, AES, 2.2 billion. Oetas, 1 billion. CGN, our friends from China and our sponsors for last night, 1.1 billion. Together, 400 million. On the water sector, we have got Badiramoho Water Association. They are pledging 25 billion. Lipele Northern Water, 4.6 billion. Wawa Tech SA, 100 billion. On real estate, we have got Renergy Investment pledging 2.5 million. Ramungore, 950 million. And McCormick, 795 million. Miami Group, 200 million. Malnet, 290 million. Masingita Group of Companies, 450 million. Still on real estate, KSL Group, 1.2 billion. Mpapoli Town, 500 million. Murenje Trust, 400 million. Joe Makwana, 450 million. MHD, 400 million. I'm sure you are having calculators. Gold capital, 120 million. Mining and mineral beneficiation, kinetic group, 10.6 billion. Valterra, 7.8 billion. Southern Palladium, 7.3 billion. Cairo Shares Asia, 1.4 billion. PGC, 1 billion. Basalt Africa, 600 million. Tourism and hospitality, KSL Group, 1.2 billion. Fumani Game Lodge, 50 million. Atrium Hotel, 35 million. Mukupane Resort, 31 million. On the public sector side, the provincial government, 7.5 billion, Mureki. Sanral, 8.4 billion. Lepelle Northern Water, 4.6 billion, and Lepelle Nkumbi, 475 million. Manufacturing and logistics, share 20 billion and 485 million. And the total amount should be preceded by music, of course, because it's the total amount. And when we show it, I will be requiring the Honorable Premier, after I finish the total amount. Now I don't have speeches today, no remarks, no what is amount. The total amount the cumulative amount or total amount, we can play the music as we go to the cumulative amount. The total amount is 170 billion. While we are standing and putting our hands together to welcome the Premier, I see she's smiling. It means she's happy. Let's welcome her to the podium with a round of applause.
Thank you. We can scream again. Yeah, well done. Thank you, Program Director. The tea bag made sure that we transform the color of water. It has changed now, so we are really happy. MECs who are with us here, His Excellency, the Ambassador of India to South Africa, and I know there are quite a number of ambassadors who are following us, as you have indicated, because I've been receiving a lot of messages. Quite a number of embassies are following this proceeding. The members of legislature, we always appreciate your support, that even when we are in action, you do come and do your oversight to say we are not hosting a talk show. Program Director Freddy is not a talk show host. He's a man who wants to see action happening. I'm not saying I'm motivating for you to get the job against next year, but so far you have proven to us that we were doing well. Executive mayors and mayors, councillors, the Director General, the job is still safe, and your HODs within the job is still safe. Our chairpersons of both LEADER, LTA, and all the subsidiaries of LEADER and all our entities. I'm not going to mention all of you by your names and portfolios, but to say LEADER board, the job is still safe. You are still there. Members of the House of Traditional Leaders, I've seen Lebo Mahoshi, they are still with us. Our faith-based organization, the business community, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, our participants, both those that we are in this house and also those who are following us on different platforms. I still repeat with excitement, Dimacheron, Abushe, Tobela, good morning, Huyemore, Auslochile batho. Hey, as we conclude this remarkable Limpopo Investment Conference, it is with great joy that I stand before you on this transformative day. Today, we celebrate the bounty that has showered upon our province, much like a long-awaited rain that nourishes the earth. Program Director, certainly, today we can say with pride that your ears were firmly on the ground, emulating the ancient wisdom of putting ears on the ground. As I indicated yesterday, when our ancestors want to detect whether it will rain or not, they put their ears on the ground. Because yesterday we witnessed the clouds gather, and today we can truly say it has indeed rained. Rained with the promise of 170.038 billion worth of investment. Such a deluge of opportunities invigorates our spirit and fills us with hope and determination. The air is electric with possibility. You can feel that electricity in the house. And every drop represents the potential that lies ahead for our communities and for our economy. As we look forward, I want to urge Limpopo Economic Development Agency, Chairperson, and your board. I'm told the Deputy Chair is also with us. Together with your board, you have to diligently follow up on these pledges, providing regular updates to our provincial government so that we may ensure accountability and transparency in our administration. I've always emphasized that it is the essential role that local government plays, and I call upon our municipalities and also your councils to take up this challenge with earnestness and vigor. I'm sitting with the executive mayor of Polokwane, who's currently acting, and we are agreeing that indeed, even his opening remarks, he was able to brag about projects that were pledged in this investment conference, but we are now seeing them, we are now seeing development in our city because the city, the councillors were able to resolve whether it's an issue of land, they were able to resolve whether it's an issue of bulk infrastructure. You know, we had to resolve through our DG that the State Theatre must also have the bulk infrastructure. So if the municipality does not come on board, we can have all these pledges. The 170 billion plus will remain, you will be a talk show host. So in order to avoid that, we must get our leader board. In your meetings, your bread and butter issue will be to follow up every single cent, rand that has been pledged in this conference today. So you don't have to sit down and have all these strategic sessions that will be costing you a lot of time out of your work, because being a board of an SOE, it's must be equivalent to being a volunteer. You have what we want. The 170 is there. It needs to be implemented, and you need to find a way. And if you are not winning with the municipalities, that's why the MEC exists. If you're not winning with the MEC, that's why the Premier exists. And that's what you must just do. You are not going to come to me at the end of this year, because our investment conference year starts now in November. It will end by end of October. You're not gonna come to me a week before and say we could only implement less than 23%, and the reason is because so and so municipality, it's not helping. Department of Roads and Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, they are not assisting. Treasury, it's not really looking into all this. I will not take that. I will only take it now when you come to me and say, Premier, your people are not coming on board. What do we do? So that we act on those, whether it's politicians who think they've got all the power, we must kneel down on them for things to happen. It's not about us, it's about the people of this province. Therefore, we must implement this. And the starting point is that you are going to convene a workshop which will be engaging directly with the owners of these pledges. Fortunately, these are not anonymous pledges. They've got names of companies. We know who are the directors of those companies. We're going to call them and have a workshop and agree on the way forward. Because we don't want this investment and conference to have meaningless to an average graduate out there who is looking forward to be employed one day. But I'm also saying to our graduates out there, if you are following us and you have seen, we even classify them sector per sector. To our grade 12 learners, to grade 11 learners who are still looking towards going to a university to apply for which course or to a TVET college in terms of their post-matric qualifications. These pledges have given you a direction as to what course are you going to apply and train for. Office management, I didn't see it featuring here. The same goes to those teachers who are teaching career. We call upon them because we said, unfortunately, we can't bring learners, it's exam time. But we expect the teachers to follow us on the social media so that when they guide their learners to say, go and study this it will be informed by the economy of this province. When we say, let's advise our children to study courses so that they can have skills that respond to our economy, we mean this. But I'm not happy. I know my special advisors are here. Dr. Hope, she's an economist, young as she is. She's got a master's in economy from UP and a doctorate from the USA. I usually want to work with those who are smarter than me because my knowledge reaches a certain level. So those who are smarter than me will be able to assist me so that I can stand with pride in front of you. Otherwise, if I appoint only those who are smarter than Freddie, I can't stand because I won't have anything to tell you. That's the biggest problem of us politicians. We always want to work with those commander, chief, leadership, cocaine. Those ones will not give you the 170 billion. And work with those who are smarter than you. They'll give you 170 billion. So she's far much more smarter than me, so she can be able to calculate. But I also know what is needed. And I also have got the advisor on traditional leadership, Ndabezita Maumani. He's a former magistrate, so he knows law, he knows traditional leadership. There's nothing that Magoshi can tell me now. If they come to cry, I said, hey, here is your person. So that's how you survive as a leader. You don't have to be smart. You just have to bring smarter people around you, smarter than you. So that's what I do. And don't feel offended. Take away the low self-esteem. When you are with smarter people, they will make you look smart and make you look brilliant, even if you are not brilliant. So, too many of you appear brilliant with the speeches. I don't write speeches. I've got smart people to write these speeches for me. And I've got advice. So I was saying to them, just look at the pledges. It's just talk to what the statistician general has indicated, that we're not doing well in manufacturing. It's only 2. We have not even got $1 billion combined in terms of manufacturing pledges. And statistician general says, if we can just push harder on manufacturing MEC, we might find ourselves, that 0.9% will be nothing. We can achieve easily that 2.2% growth that we are earmarking as the 7th administration. So we must now start focusing, leader, on manufacturing. That's what we must sit down, lock ourselves in a room. PEGAG members who are here, you must also sit down in your room, in a room, and lock yourself and start to ask yourself, what is it we can do to advise administration in terms of how we can unlock all the potential within the manufacturing? Both the minister yesterday and the statistician and many presenters have indicated that we do have potential. So let's just work on that. So next year, so that when I'm working here, I'm not reminded that, by the way, it's 0.9%. And thank you very much for really restoring my pride. I'm proud of 0.9%. The average in the country is 0.5. Now I'm 0.9. Now 0.9. So what needs to happen is that we must build on the 0.9% so that we can see ourselves moving towards that 2.2% growth. So also, that workshop, it's going to assist us, especially, I saw one headline yesterday, Limpopo Premier to unlock all these regulatory burdens that impede on the progress. And I'm glad that that headline says, I'm going to keep that article so that whenever I'm in the meeting, I'm meeting you as leader, I'm meeting MECs, I'll remind you of the commitment that I made. The program director yesterday says, what Premier pronounced, it's policy, it must be implemented. It must just be done. There are things that might need a lekgotla to start to analyze, but this one, we must go and find a way. One of the areas which we are suggesting is that let's look into adopting the public-private partnership as a key model towards delivery of infrastructure and all the developmental projects. We know we are not experts. Well, let's look at Hoedspruit Airport. Why it's functional? It's through the partnership with private sector. I think the same we can. Where we know as government, we've got our weaknesses. Because while we are saying we are on a developmental state, we want to build state capacity, we are still scrabbling with to change a globe until such time when we get the globe. So we can't think of building a huge infrastructure when we are still struggling somewhere. So where we do not have the capacity yet, let's go the PPP route. Whether it's funding, if there are those who says we can build your cargo here in Polokwane Airport and manage it and give it back to you in 10 years, it's just that we need to be very careful and don't enter into those agreements which are meaningless. We must enter into those agreements that we know will benefit the people of Limpopo. If you want to really make sure that our airport becomes functional, we might have to go that route. We have tried on our own. We have not, we are not winning. But we can follow the public-private partnership route. We want to build the rail. We can't dream and say we have that capacity. We have to go through the private-public partnership. I'm not sure, because one of the chair of the subsidiary, it's my leader in the Communist Party, and I'm also sitting there. They will agree with me. We are not privatizing. We just want to build the state capacity in the meantime. Once the capacity is there, we are going to do our way. Let me give you an example. When I became the MEC for Health, the kitchens has been outsourced. And so, but you can't outsource cooking. This one we can simply do. We insource. It makes sense. We went to TVET College. We get into partnership. They trained food service aides for us who understand what a diabetic meal, what does it mean. We appointed them. We buy equipment. That's why the food in our province. I recently visited Siloam Hospital, where we had our fellow who got an accident from Eastern Cape to Harare. And when I went there, I found others who were discharged, but were refusing to go home. Because the food there that I saw, what they're eating, they're still maintaining that standard. I went to Louis Trichardt Hospital hoping maybe they've changed. The standard is still good. Who's cooking? Our own TVET graduates from this province. I congratulated the MEC and say, the same model, we can still use it in terms of getting artisan. When the pipe bursts, you don't have to look for 3 quotations. You must have a plumber who will come and fix. But of course, plumbing for Limpopo Academic Hospital, you can't just go to TVET. You need people who understand, who will be able to help you. So that's what we are talking about. I hope I'll be forgiven by my own organization because I remain a communist in my heart. I am not privatizing the state, but I'm just saying where state has capacity, it will implement. Where we don't have capacity, there are men and women in this house who are ready to help us. So let's go in, and it's all about development and developing our province. Our province, rich in economic potential, stands ready to leverage our own special economic zone to attract those investments and drive industrialization and create sustainable jobs. So we are presented with an extraordinary opportunity to position Limpopo as a continental hub for manufacturing and agro-processing by harnessing the rules of the African continental free trade area. Let us capitalize on our geographic position, where we are a gateway to SADC. There's no any other province in our country which has got this advantage like Limpopo. When you look on your north side, it's Beit Bridge, the largest port, land port in the country. Where you go on the west side, it's Groblersdorp Bridge, which connect us to Botswana. When you go to the east side, we connect South Africa to Mozambique. So if you are to look at the market that this 3 ports of entry, it's able to command, then you are really, as Limpopo, not taking advantage of this geographic location that our ancestors who decided to settle here made. We don't need an air to be able to access the continent. So it is crucial that we also recognize that Limpopo as a new frontier of national growth. I can't overemphasize what the minister has indicated, especially when he spoke about the vast mineral deposit that are not just resources, but are building blocks of energy transition we desperately need. So by localizing, processing, and manufacturing, we can create jobs and produce essential components for technology like the solar panels and also the batteries. With your immense solar energy potential, we have a unique opportunity. And someone who comments there regularly called Khumucho Molekwa. If you're watching, let me try to explain, because I've seen there are many people like Putili Khanyani and quite a number of them who tried to respond to him to say this 170 billion, it's going to add on the 88 billion of MEC Mawai, and your ANC comrades now are going to really loot a lot. To say, how can they fail to build roads, to build schools, when they have just received a boost of another 170 billion? I'm saying our responsibility as government, which I've said yesterday, is to make sure we create a conducive environment for business to be able to thrive, and they will be able to making pledges. It's another way of creating that environment. Because once your pledge is here, reflected, it becomes the Premier's key performance area that together with you will be able to make sure we clear all the ways and allow you to implement. And once you are able to implement, then both me and you will laugh and smile, because jobs will be created. From a development stage where construction is happening, even if they are short-term jobs, but those are jobs. A job is a job. And there will be permanent jobs once that project starts to function. So the money is not going to MEC Mawai, because I'm a bit worried that on Monday, the communities will be matching, demanding roads that you just receive 170 billion. So we are explaining to those who are out there who do not understand what this means. So to say we are here and we are happy that there are these commitments and pledges that are made. But also on the other side, program director, I'm very excited that we've moved from the 120 billion by another 50 billion to 170 billion. And what is exciting me, these are multi-year projects. Some of them, when we're doing the verification outside there, the MEC was explaining to me to say, look, these ones are pledging the 35 billion now, but they will still come next year because their projects will be implemented in phases. It's not just a one-year project. These are going to be projects that we'll see happening, probably some for the next 5 years. And I was excited because the markets have got confidence in the leadership of the 7th administration. If you did not achieve this 170, It means MEC Matibe. What I didn't tell you is that you were telling me indirectly that the markets vote of no confidence on Premier Ramathuba. So market have just voted to say Premier Ramathuba can stay for another year. So to all of you investors, especially those of you who approached me during the sessions out there, I'm assuring you that our technical team is going to reach out to each and every one of you and address all the challenges that you are facing. If they don't, my office is open. I am here, and my job is to make sure that we clear that environment. So before I conclude, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Limpopo provincial government, all my members of Executive Council who did not leave this to MEC Matibe, but make sure that this is our problem, which all of us must work jointly. Because if MEC Matibe alone has to do this, it's not going to happen. Because some of the issues would involve the MEC for Coxta because it needs municipalities. And he was there. Some involved access in terms of roads network. It involves the MEC for public works, roads and infrastructure. Some of them involves the skills. It requires the DG together with the Human Resource Development Council. So to you, the Director General and your HODs, I am saying, I really appreciate, you have shown that the people of Limpopo matters the most. To the Limpopo Tourism Agency, CEO, the chair and the board of LTA, we appreciate the work that you have done. And of course, our sponsors and our media partners, we appreciate your invaluable support. Let's remember that our people look to this initiative with hopeful hearts. They dream of jobs and they dream of opportunities that will lead to a brighter future. Together, we can never fail them. There's no room for failure. It's impossible that I must fail. It cannot happen, never. Even if President Mandela once said, never and never again, that quote. But for me, I'm saying, yes, indeed, it must never happen that we fail this time around. We failed in the past 30 years in areas that we made commitment. We are saying this time around, there is no option for failure. There's no room for failure, our chairperson and your board. And also, as we welcome your CEO for leader, I want to congratulate him and congratulate you for board, as a board, for finally appointing the new CEO. I'm still to be introduced. I'm still to be introduced probably on Monday. You are coming in, CEO. I'm sure you might be sitting here at a time wherein we have managed to work our economy to grow by 0.9%. We have been able to increase our investment. We have never had such 170 billion pledges. We are having it, you are entering those big shoes. Sustain them or you perish. Straightforward. I'm not going to beg you. If you are not doing well, I will tell MEC to say, MEC, you know what needs to happen. Fire him. And if you go, MEC must go to the board fire him. If they don't, and even if you know, you can come and know me and say, Premier, they are ill-treating me in leader. I'm going to be sweet and say, hey, but those people are very bad. Knowing it's me who has started the fire. And I know how to pretend. Say, Mara, why would he do this to such a great... And then when you leave my office, I call him, Bomatibe, press on. You are on the right track. As long as you are not performing, you're not performing. What is the point for you to come to me and say, oh, Bomatibe are cruel? And now I have got 6.5 million people looking for jobs from me. Go and perform. I told the HOD the other day, I don't need people to post me on Facebook, say, I've got a lot who can do that. From you, when you polishing my shoes means delivering on your key performance area, then you are the best of my friend. When they chase you, when I know you have increased this, that's when I will make sure, Rabo Matibe, now you are making a mess. Then I will call him there. If you are delivering and they start chasing you for delivering, then you have my support. But if they're chasing you for not delivering, no, that is not them. It's me. So with the 170 billion rand now in our grasp, we're ready to transform our promises into reality. As I've said, I am Madam Commitment, not Madam Premises. Thank you very much.
And, you know, I, I was planning to ask for a meeting, Premier, with the branches to come and tell you the branches want you to make space for me there by Matibe. I think I must change my plan. This comrade has delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the MEC responsible for economic development. Well done to you, sir. Really proud of the work that you have done and how you responded to the call of the Honorable Premier. I don't know, MEC Maseko, maybe I must talk to the branches that we start looking at you. Hey, I'm joking, guys. This is my comrade and brother. Before you start spreading news that I'm targeting his position. Honorable Premier, we have come to the end of what has been a very, very important milestone in the life of Limpopo. Through your leadership, we were able to reach a point where we can truly celebrate on behalf of the people of this wonderful province. MEC Matibe, there was just one line item. I think it's Renergy Property, or there's one company there that I think they had reflected 2.5 million, and I believe it's 2.5 billion. In the total, 100% correct, but I think just in that one slide, because the owners have already started coming to me and wanting to correct. We sincerely apologize for that typo. It was merely a typo, and it shall be corrected to see to it that your 2.5 billion makes its way into the province. Delegates, both present here as well as those online, the Honorable MEC for Economic Development and all MECs who are here. I must say, MEC for Finance, I thanked him yesterday because he was so focused and sat throughout the entire day. We appreciate the support that you are giving. I think that speaks to what the Premier was saying, that you guys really worked as a collective. We are really grateful for you. The HOD responsible for LEDET, to you and your colleagues, and our Director General, who also diligently sat here making sure that you want accountability. We have seen your support and your contribution as well. Thank you to the different sectors, those panels. Today we had one panel, yesterday we had two. We thank you as well for your contribution. And I would like to say a special thanks to the team that supported me, the team from Leader, Sharon, Bunjiwe, and of course led by Mogale and Chabeleng. I don't see him now, but I know there he is. Thank you so much, sir, for your support. And importantly, thank you very much for the opportunity that I have been given. You have been an amazing audience. It has been my absolute pleasure to be here, struggling as I have. I love my province, and I'm grateful to my province for having given me the opportunity. It is very good to see a province being well run, being well led. That is what business looks for when they want to choose a destination to invest in. So Team Limpopo, well done. Executive Mayor, Acting Executive Mayor, I did thank you earlier on once again, to you as well for the support that you have given to the Premier and to this investment conference. We are 12 minutes over the time that I had committed, but it happened in full view of you. You saw Tindisa take advantage of the time. They overran by 12 minutes, and that is the reason why I missed my target by 12 minutes. Now that we have reached this point, I'm truly grateful, I'm truly humbled. I wish you well, and may the implementation bring a change and a smile on the lives of those people in Limpopo who may be thinking of migrating, who surviving one day to the other and are on the verge of losing hope. Don't lose hope, persevere. Life is about to get better in Limpopo. Have an awesome day. Lunch will be served up there. I'm told that the screening process will be much easier. You'll get to have lunch sooner than you think. Let's go and have lunch and continue the networking and building relations. See you when I see you. All the best to Limpopo. Thank you so much.